Hold on. Okay, there we go. Just looking to see if I'm centered. Okay, welcome back to the stream. Should I say welcome back to the channel? You decide. Yeah, some people are still suggesting streaming through Twitch, but I've never been able to get my account info back from Twitch. I go in to say I forgot my password and have it send an email. It sends the email. I click on the link, nothing happens. Or I click on the link and go to the page, but it won't, for some reason, wouldn't ever let me uh, update my password for some strange reason. So yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. So until then, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Rumble. So that's cool. Via restream. Okay. Anyways, today, what do we do? What are we doing today? Well, this is one of those things where I have an idea of the things I kind of want to get done, but I don't really have a plan exactly. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and open that dev stuff. Redot, Redot, stable. I just thought of something too. I was saying yesterday how um, if I got the phase done, I could start editing, making an editor for this phase, and now it just I don't know what I was thinking, but it sounds like a dumb idea now. Just because if I want to build an editor, uh, I'd be doing it for this to make this easier and make this better. I mean, other than the fact of releasing an editor, if anybody will actually ever wanted to make a choose your own adventure kind of thing, um, I could I could release the editor to people. You know, I could put it on GitHub or whatever. Um, but yeah, so I was thinking, you know what? Maybe I'll still think about actually creating a an editor just for this, even while I'm working on this, which means it would take some of my time, some of my development time to work on it. But tools are tools. I'm getting everything done in the editor map. In fact, I'm gonna put a couple more buttons here. I'm gonna see if I can expose the doors and then show the room connections, and then maybe even allow you to to be able to make door connections, room connections. Right now, you have only one parent. Later on, I could do multiple parents. I could do yeah, honestly, a door. Um, if I did it right, I could redo the door. Here, let's go. Let's just access the door here. Choice, and that's actually a string, not a number. I mean, it's a number, but it's the variable's a string because later on when I start doing the parser and stuff, I'm gonna have actual strings for commands and whatever. Look, um, So this is a door, and the door goes someplace. But what I could do is instead of having the parent in the room, I could put the parent in the door, or rather, it wouldn't be a parent in the door. What it would be is it would be a two-way door essentially, and I could I could probably do something. And the way this works is you don't go back up the chain. Not that I couldn't allow you to do that. For one thing, I could put a door. I could put a door that goes to the previous room, but maybe a better idea is a two-way door. Uh, if you're in the one room, you go the other way. If you're in the other room, you go the other way. I could do it that way. I'm not sure if I want to spend some extra time doing that right now, or if I should just leave it like this. Eventually, even if you don't have any more than a couple of doors going place, um, sometimes you might have multiple parents, right? Sometimes you have a room that has two entrances, for instance. Maybe you have a kitchen that goes to a different room, and then you have a kitchen that goes to two different rooms or something. You know, you don't. It's like you don't normally have multiple multiple parent rooms unless you're like in a hallway. If you're in a hallway, hmm, I guess the door thing would still work for that. Although in a way, the parent doesn't really have any kind of use. In other words, I might have a bedroom and it has the one door and it exits into the hallway, but the hallway has many doors it exits to. And maybe the hallway is connected to the living room, so the living room goes to the hallway goes out to the multiple bedrooms. So now you have multiple exits, right? So you have a hallway with multiple exits, and but then you have a parent. So I don't know. Maybe you don't really have a thing with multiple parents. I mean, I know there's some places that can have like two doors. You can have like a dining room in like a big house where one half of the house is separated from the other with the dining room, and where you have a door at each end of the dining room. Anyways, I don't guess a two-way door is strictly needed. And honestly, now there is the deal in the tutorial for the text adventure in Godot. He had things that were exits, and exits were linked to to each room that it was linked to. So in order for me to um, for instance, I have a bedroom and um, the hallway is the parent. Well, the hallway also has to be the the exit because there's only one exit in exits to the hallway. So I have to manually add a hallway exit, whereas the parent is already there. In other words, you came in by it. So if it has a door, and the door is from a parent, and the door is to a room, then I should, in other words, I should be able to get back to the previous room by going through the same door. I mean, logically, in the real world, that's kind of how things work. I have a bedroom door. I have a single bedroom door, and the only way you can get to the rest of the house is by going to the hallway from the bedroom door. You go into the bedroom door and you come out of the bedroom door into the hallway. So, um, if I were doing a thing in here, the parent would be the hallway, and then I'd have the room, but then I'd also have a door to the hallway. It's not. It's not a bad setup, but what it is that each each place you want to go to, even if you want to go back to the same place, is going to have another door in the room. But I guess you can also think of that conceptually. When I'm inside the room, there is no hallway, right? The door is closed. I'm in my room. There's only one door, and that door is an exit, and it exits out into the hallway. So it's not like two way in the sense of the way you think about it. I know it's two way. In other words, I know I can go into my bedroom from the hallway, but I can also go back into the hallway from my bedroom. In this case, with my system here, you have to explicitly put the door in. So if I created a room and I linked the um, as a parent, I linked the hallway as a parent. There's no way you'd be able to get back to the hallway unless I put a door in there. So I still have to kind of think about that. And actually, the way I think I'm going to do it though, is when you connect it up, um, you're building a door. So the destination is also a door, right? So if I want to go to, well, let's say I want to go to Cerulean 1 here, and let's do this. Okay. So I take this and let's say I draw a line. See, I don't know if I'll be able to draw a line. I might have to click or something special. But um, I click on here and then I click on here as a destination, and it draws a line there. So now this thing is parented to this room. So Cerulean is parented in Channellands 1 room right here. Now this puts a door down here, a door that says it's linked to this one. Now, when I go into here, Cerulean doesn't have a door, it just has a parent. And the parent should also be a door then. So what I need to do in here is I click on this, then I click on that. And what's going to do, it's going to create a door in here to Enchanted Lands, and is creating a door from Enchanted Lands to this. So when I actually get to adding doors, it's going to automatically add the doors. Essentially, it's like the tool is going to add the doors. The door itself isn't going to be a double exit or double whatever you want to call it. So that's a question. Maybe it's something I should ask Rock. Yeah, let's shrink this. And let's shrink that. And there we go. And then what do I do here? I want to go to Grok. New window. Rock. Let's see about the last. Oh, that's not on. That's not on. There we go. Okay. So the next thing I'm looking at is doors. I already got a class and I got doors working, but I wanted to discuss the possibility of changing the door concept. And so I'm going to do a little discussion here with Grok. Oh, sorry, you're not even seeing this, are you? Okay. There. There we go. You're correct. Or a little more precisely, almost. Mm, okay. It's already coming up with ideas, which I didn't ask it for, but that's okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be okay. So it's no secret that I have not been sleeping that great lately, but I probably would be okay today, except for the fact that I took a Benadryl because I have a bit of a headache, and I think some of it might be related to allergies, although it doesn't seem to be helping much. So now I'll just be, having a mild headache and also sleepy. So don't be surprised if I fall asleep, but not for lack of sleep, but more because I am running on Benadryl here. So I'm gonna doze off or something here probably. I'm gonna try not to though. I need to, you know, I need to get back to the way I was, going to bed at a decent time, waking up, making sure I get up and stuff. So you already working on doors, have a door class in place. Let's discuss policies to change the door. I recall from a previous conversation the current setup involves a door class with properties like ID, choice, and destination. The rooms store an array of doors that define navigation options. A door with choice one. These doors are loaded from JSON files and used in both the editor and runtime to manage transitions between rooms in your choose your own adventure game. Let's explore what changes you're considering and how they might fit into your existing framework. Here's how your doors are handled. Yep. Each door has an ID, a choice, and a destination. Doors are created child nodes of room integration, have an array that stores door instances, populates from the doors filled, and room manager, change room, use door, get door by choice, transition destination room based on the player's input. Since you're looking to change door concepts, explore some possibilities based on what might make sense for your game. See, I mean, I didn't tell anything. I just said I wanted to discuss it. So this is the thing that I guess they haven't really put into like the chatbot thing, which is this idea of talking. I might say something to somebody and I want them to reply something back, but I'm not really asking them a question, and really I'm just trying to get a conversation started. But I don't want this long like essay before I actually go into the conversation. I have to do the thing where I ask it to acknowledge and keep answers and advice is short and whatever. Okay. Expand door properties. Currently, simple navigation links. You might want to add more attributes to make doors more interactive and descriptive. Labels or descriptions. Key display to give the UI, to give players context and additional requirements. Is lock key required? Make navigation conditional. Visuals or types. Visual in the editor. Make the door class include new fields. In the editor, you can display doors and editor map with their labels or icons, enhancing the visual input layout. Runtime. Change door. Instead of doors being child nodes of a room, you might consider representing doors as data within the doors array, not nodes, or as separate global lookup system. Store doors as dictionary in the doors array. Remove the need for them to be nodes. Yeah, the whole reason I actually made them nodes is so that in the future they're going to be visual, right? So visually they're going to need a visual representation, and to do that, they're going to need to be something like a node 2D, and then I can associate all kinds of stuff with it. I can make animations. I can give them like trigger areas. In other words, say you're doing a spaceship, you're doing some sort of futuristic sci-fi deal, and you're walking through the automatic doors like in Star Trek, and you want it to open when you get near its field of vision, basically. So that's why it's a Node 2D. So a Node 2D allows it to have a visual representation to it. So when I actually do add graphics and stuff, I'm adding full graphics. Singleton resource store manager. Simplifies the scene tree. Global registry. Centralized store management, make it easier to edit transitions across rooms. It requires a new system to manage store data. Okay, editor integration. Instead of defining doors statically in JSON, you might want to generate doors dynamically based on rules or relationship between parent-child linking. Automatically create doors based on parent field, e.g. a door from back to if parent. Level-based navigation, user level structure from earlier to infer doors. There's a data based on hierarchy. Okay, change to load data from JSON to infer doors if they're not JSON. Since you're already visualizing rooms in the editor map, you might want to represent doors visually, e.g. lines or connectors between rooms. Yeah. Right, interactive doors impact. Door behavior enhancements. One-way versus two-way added direction property to control whether a door creates a reciprocal link back to the origin room. Dynamic choices. Allow choice to be dynamic based on actions. What changes are you considering based on your past conversations? You've been focused on maintaining a clean, scalable room structure, and you've adjusted. See, it does seem to know about my other conversations, even though it claimed it didn't do that. And then when I ask it if it remembers what it is, then it doesn't. It doesn't, but then it still does. Before I get to that, I notice you referencing another conversation. I think it was another. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's. Maybe I have everything in this conversation. Uh, at previously. I got the impression you don't store data between conversations, and yet sometimes you say things that make me think you do access our older conversations. See what it says. This makes me curious. Little exclamation mark down here. I do have a memory feature that XAI is testing, which allows me to recall details from prior interactions. Unrelated Grok 3 launch design helped me. Memory is still bound by a context window. Like details might get dropped. Also, you have your oldest. I don't mind. In fact, I actually like the idea of being able to access older conversations. Should be a way to overcome the 1 million token implementation by just simply scanning older conversations at certain points where you're just accessing old data rather than using up the space by regenerating them. If you understand my meaning. I'm not. uh, it didn't want to talk anymore about the memory thing. Like a real person. I think I'll change the subject. Let's get back to our subject here because I don't want to have anything. I don't want you to know about my other dealings. I don't want you to know about my memory problems. Okay. See, you're essentially proposing a way to index or retrieve specific pieces of past data as needed rather than keeping all prior conversation data active in memory, which indeed help manage token limits more efficiently. And then move on to your door concept. Current limitation. My headache is starting to go now, so either drinking water is helping or the actual Benadryl is actually doing something. I don't know. I may have just been dehydrated. Okay. Uh, that means I can only activate a certain amount of conversation history at once, and the window fills up. Older messages drop, but can't access unless they're introduced. You're proposing a mechanism where I scan older conversations stored separately, not in the active content, to extract relevant information as it needed without loading the entire conversation in memory. If you ask about something we discussed a month ago, your room structure, I could query a stored record of that conversation, retrieve relative snippet you mentioned, and only use that snippet in my current content keeping the token usage minimal. This approach would act like a database query or indexing system where past conversation are archived and searchable instead of regenerating and reloading entire conversation, which consumes tokens that fetch only the relevant data. Similar to how a search engine retrieves specific results without loading an entire website into memory. Only the necessary information is provided in active context feasibility. From a technical perspective, this is feasible and aligns with how some of the AI systems handle long-term memory. We require a storage system for past conversations already in place, as I have memory of our chats, an indexing mechanism to summarize or to tag or summarize key topics. For a quick retrieval process to fetch only relevant data, minimize token usage. However, this isn't how my current memory features implement. Right now, I rely on the active context window. While I can access past conversations, they're loaded into Windows subject to the token limit. Your idea is a great suggestion for XAI. I consider it would allow me to scale better long-term interactions, especially projects like yours, where we've discussed many details over time. Pass feedback along to. Hey, that's cool. I can actually. It says it'll pass the feedback to the XAI team. I didn't know it could do that. I mean, you know, it's like when we're doing ChatGPT. Well, they do this thing because of the security thing, right? So they don't want to access people's private stuff. They want to keep it separated, or at least they want to give the illusion that they're doing that. But I like the fact that it's able to actually give feedback, so that's good. Maybe they'll improve it. They're always looking for ways to improve features like memory system. Scanners would be significant enhancement. Workaround. Until such a system is implemented, you can help by summarizing and reference specific past topics when needed. We discussed the room structure on April 4th to help me locate relevant memory without overloading the context window. You can use the forget feature to remove irrelevant chats, freeing up space in the context window for more recent or relevant discussions. Okay. Now that we've clarified the memory aspect, let's dive into your door concept changes. You mentioned you're happy with how doors, but you want to discuss the possibility for changing. Considering changes, possible door changes, impact, visualize doors in the editor map. Okay. The reason I have them as nodes is because at some point it's going to become visual, and you'll either click on something or the character will move into a position near a door to be able to access it. Right now, it's nothing more than just data, but is there if I need it. The other thing is I do plan on visualizing it. Some sort of node or graphic, simple shapes or something. Or maybe a box. But we'll discuss how to visualize and interact with it later. I'm primarily thinking of how the doors work. Right now, a room has a door which leads to a destination. It's not technically two-way like it would be in an actual real-world structure. For instance, I have one bedroom door that leads to a hallway. Now, in order for the hallway to access the bedroom, I would need a door in the hallway. And in order to access the hallway from the bedroom, I need a door to that hallway from the bedroom. So I'm considering whether or not two-way doors would be the more prudent way to go. You already have the ID of the parent, which I could use, or I could just make sure that the door can go both ways automatically. So that way it wouldn't have a parent, it would have a door. And if it didn't have a door, it couldn't go anywhere. If it did have a door, it could go there. So it wouldn't be a parent, it would be just whether it can go in both. And the same door. Now, the way these are done, though, in the JSON is that it's not a link. You have to. I could do doors separately as separate objects, as separate files that actually leads to both rooms. So, that still wouldn't be very, I don't know, efficient, I guess you might say. I mean, it would work, but it means having a whole bunch of more data and stuff, and you might do a deal where you load in the doors and you make the doors a global array essentially over the whole thing, so that but then you need a link to the door in a specific room, in which case you're still doing the same thing. I don't know why it's generating all this crap though. This code and stuff, I'm not asking them to do code. You would need a parent essentially. So the door would automatically, well, the parent in the sense that basically the one direction and the other direction. So oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the same concept though, because when I link them up, I just simply make it actually create the door. Boy, it's giving me a lot of crap. I didn't ask it. I don't know. Maybe there's a way of getting it to be a little less, I don't know, literal or something, a little less terse. I see where you're heading with this. Since you're building a choose your own adventure game and Redot eventually evolve into a visual interactive experience like point and click, your current setup with doors as nodes makes sense as foundation for future visual interaction. You got doors working as data right now, linking rooms with a choice, destination, but they're strictly one way. You're considering making doors two-way to better reflect the real-world structures, like how a bedroom door leads to a hallway, and a hallway should have a door back to the bedroom. Explore this idea of two-way doors and how to implement it while keeping in mind your plan to visualize doors later as nodes or graphics, simple shapes or boxes that character can interact with. Well, that's not what I meant. What I meant is the visualization part would be like in the editor and stuff, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter. One-way navigation links works requires manually defining both directions in your JSON files, which can be error-prone and tedious, especially with 93 rooms, potentially more as your game scales, as you mentioned. with up to 99 levels and 99 rooms per level, for instance. Uh, okay, so now this is the other thing that I have the problem with is the level thing. I'm not doing the level thing anymore, so uh, honestly, can forget that right now. Real world structures often have two-way doors. A bedroom door leads to a hallway. Okay, scalability, player experience, two-way doors. Pros two ways to implement two-way doors. Parent field. Make doors two-way automatically. When the door is defined from A to B, automatically create a corresponding door from B to A. And technically, right now, that's all manual too. So basically, what I do is I have I'm not sure what I have as far as name goes because it'd be whatever to whatever. But I have the room names in it, so I'm manually making them anyways. But if I wanted to make it more to where it's a two-way structure, where instead of putting the parent in the parent dealie, what I do is in the door, I put the opposite in there. I still have to put it two things in, but now they're two fields of a door rather than a separate field or a single field. Uh, eh, yeah, through the same door. Um, what this does for a room like dad back door to the parent room if it's not the root. Yeah, I guess there's an automatic deal for you still have to create it. So in other words, I have to create the deal, and that's the other thing. If I do a thing where I connect the doors up, then the system, like I guess, like if I send an event to the editor map, it would automatically create the two doors in there. Um, Let all rooms in the doors for each door. Add a corresponding door in the destination room if it doesn't exist. More complex requires modifying multiple rooms. Data after loading. Yeah. And in fact, I wasn't even actually thinking about using code to do that, but that's so correct. Uh, Complexity and loading. Parent base two-way doors as a starting point. Um, Okay. So as far as the 9 levels and 9 rooms, I think you can forget that because I'm not using that hierarchy anymore. The 3-digit number represents 999 unique locations. Simple shapes or boxes, I meant to say, were about how the visualization of the doors go. And that is in the editor. I want to see if there's a way to render some small graphics that represent each door. I won't be doing anything with the nodes for a while. But I'm still keeping the door as 2D nodes. Hopefully it can get what I'm saying. Just resting my eyes, I'm not sleeping. I'll wait till that's completely... Yeah, it's funny, right? Resting your eyes. Resting your eyes means you're sleeping without sleeping. In other words, I'm doing this because I'm sleepy, but I'm not trying to fall asleep. I'm just trying to do this so that when I open them back up, I don't feel like I'm gonna, nod off at any moment. And I wish it wouldn't do code. I should have told it earlier. So now it's kind of messed up. Oh, let's see what it says. Uh, I'll say that you symbols as a way to visualize doors in the editor, not as runtime graphics for now. You like to render small graphic shapes to represent each door while keeping the doors as 2D nodes. They're all currently for feature activity. Let's focus on visualizing doors. Represents rooms that are still organized with a parent field. But the strict level structure is gone. Doors as nodes. You're keeping doors 2D nodes. Makes sense for usual interaction. Two-way doors. You consider making doors two-way. Should imply a door back. Revisit this after adjusting the visualization. In 2D workspace, we can extend this to visualize doors as small graphics. Each door should be represented as a shape or a box, possibly with a label showing its choice or destination position relative to its parent room. Or we can also draw lines connecting the door to the destination room. Color rect is a simple box with a label on top to show its choice or destination. We'll position door graphics around the room's panel in the editor map. Absolutely draw lines. Door representation, color rect, label, line 2D. Modify the add room to editor map to create door graphics for each room. Draw connections. Space evenly along the bottom edge. Use the room positions to draw lines. Interesting. Door and room doors. Creates a Node2D container named door index. Adds a color rect door graphic. Adds a label above the color rect. Shows door's choice. Huh. Interesting. Door is still visible, still viable. Okay. We can set aside the actual visual representation of the doors. But let me think about this for a moment. I'll have to think about this for a second. Here, let me load this up. Just give me a few minutes here while I think of how I want to say this here. So initially, I have the parents in there automatically. So initially, um, So what it has to do is okay. So basically, what I had Grok do is I had Grok do the tedious stuff of actually automatically naming stuff. So it had a door and it had a destination, and the parent it took from the previous room. So I had these rooms laid out, and this is a linear deal here. So the idea is how am I going to add doors here in the future? Let's say I have to add the doors manually at first, and oh, I don't need to. I was gonna rest my eyes for a second, but I don't really need to do that right this second. Um, so here's the deal, right? I essentially added the doors kind of manually. I did actually have Grok do this for me, right? I had the AI do it because it was because it's tedious, and so but it's still like doing it manual, and I can still get it to do it actually to generate in the files. So when I'm doing a representation of a two-way room, basically what I might want to do is I might want the 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 a parent field in the door, because I'm gonna have to have the doors in there anyways, unless they're somehow separate and they're predefined and whatever. This makes more sense. So so the way I want this to work, which it may not be able to work that way, as I don't know, is I'm gonna click a door, select a door, and then I'm gonna select a room to place it to connect it to. So when I click on that, what it's gonna do is it's going to put the well, how do you add doors? I mean, how would I do it if I was representing this um, visually? Using a UI. Um, let me think. Let me think. My brain doesn't want to work. Um, I'm really feeling the Benadryl is what it is. Okay, so and I also don't necessarily want to give it a back choice either. No, maybe I do though. I don't know if I want to do that automatically or not. So maybe there should be an ability not to do it. In other words, if I don't have uh if it's not defined in the JSON, if it's not defined in the room, then you should not be able to go back, I think. Especially on a choose your own adventure, because a choose your own adventure is you make your choice and you go in from there. You never go back. There's not a go back here. But the ability to go back should still be here, because in the future I'm going to add the multiple choice sets. So I might want this done entirely different, because I'm talking choice sets here. Um, Um, so let's back up and don't give me any code right now. So technically did everything manually, but what I mean is going through each room and creating the door data. Now I had you or another AI generate the data for me, so I wouldn't have to spend forever just copying room names. But for all intents and purposes, it was done manually. Please acknowledge. I am out of water. I said, and I was essentially on 30. You guided the creation of data, ensuring the each rooms were defined correctly. Even the actual typing was automated. Oh. So if I want to create a new room or instance, I would have to create a new JSON file with the structure and then link a door. Have to manually enter in the door data. Please acknowledge. So, two-way doors would mean two destination fields. That is essentially moving the parent into the door. The parent into the door. Correct? Having two destination fields in a single door. Uh, okay. Uh, I didn't even check and see if there's any actual, let's shrink this a little bit. That's all right. Amplitude in your current doesn't necessarily mean having two destination fields, nor does it directly involve the parent field. If room A has door to room B, then room B should automatically have a door back to room A. E.g., manually defining the return door. Door is a single destination field. Two-way door doesn't mean a single door object has two destinations. Rather, it means two door objects exist, one in each room, pointing to the room, not two destination fields. A single door with two destination fields would make sense in your navigation model. Doors in your game are navigation links from one room to another triggered by choice. A door with two destinations would imply a single choice leads to two different rooms, which would complicate navigation logic. Okay. Two separate doors. Okay, that's kind of the reason that I'm actually discussing it here. Parent field defines the room's hierarchical relationship, not its navigation. But you can use parent to infer a backdoor uh, two-way doors. Two-way doors in the general sense don't rely on parent field. They apply to any door regardless of hierarchy. Move the parent into the door. Uh, in line with your current structure, where parent is a property of the room, not the door. Doors are about navigation, choice, and destination, while parent is about the room's position in the narrative tree. Yeah. Two separate door objects. Okay. Yeah, yeah, this is why I wanted to discuss it. Clarified it. Um, I wanted the parent just in case uh for future reference, just in case I needed it. I almost don't need it. Um, almost don't need it. However, in practice, it's still two doors. When I'm in my room, I have a single door. Its destination is the hallway, regardless of anything else. From my perspective here, sitting at my desk inside my room, it's still a single door. You're right about it not having really two destinations. I was merely thinking when I'm outside in the hallway, it's also just a single door to my bedroom. So yes, what I would be doing is modifying the room manually to accept a door, which is um, okay. So basically, the doors has to do with the creation. If I'm in another room, uh, I have any number of doors. I might have a door back to the hallway. I might not. Well, that's not true. In the real world, I would have it would be a two-way door. But in this, it has to manually be set. Is what the deal is. Huh. Two doors mean creating two separate door objects, one in room A pointing to room B, and a reciprocal door in room B pointing to room A. Ensures navigation go both ways. In practice, it's still two distinct doors, each with a single destination. This isn't a single door with two destinations, but rather a system that automatically ensures reciprocal navigation by adding a second door. You keep in the parent field you might not need to know the updated structure. It's a good safeguard in case you want to reintroduce hierarchical navigation or use it for other purposes. In a two-way door system, the parent field isn't directly used to create doors since we're using a general two-way approach, but it remains in your room data. Uh, Um, oh, I am gonna do a be right back so that I can go. It was almost half an hour till my actual break, but I am gonna go and I'm going to refill my water bottle. So I'll be right back. Very weird. It It still hasn't done. Let's try this. Hopefully it'll. Okay, there we go. I had to re-enter it in essentially. A lot of stuff for, even though I didn't understand. A distinct choice doesn't fully align with your vision. Instead, you want two-way doors to work in trip navigation. The return trip is just another choice among the door options, not a special back action. For example, if a bedroom has a door to a hallway with choice 1, a hallway should have a door back to the bedroom with its own choice, like choice 1, which the player would select by pressing the 1 key. This makes navigation seamless without dedicated back concept, treating all the navigations equal choices. Let's refine the two-way door approach to fit this model, focusing on your current setup. If room A has a door to room B, then room B should automatically have a door back to room A. But instead of a special choice, it would have a numeric or another appropriate choice, but the player can select hit 1 to go back to your room. This ensures two-way navigation without a sync back action. By assigning a choice for the risk conflicts, the destination room already has a door with that choice. For example, it has a door choice 1, adding a choice back to would result in ambiguity. Implement two-way doors without a back concept will automatically create a reciprocal door, destination room with loading a door. Assign a unique numeric choice for the reciprocal door, ensuring no conflicts with existing doors in the destination room. Keep doors as nodes as you prefer for feature and activity, and say the reciprocal doors to JSON for persistence. Hmm. Hmm. Save both rooms. Two-way doors. You can define two-way doors explicitly in JSON by adding a reciprocal choice field in each door. This would let you manually specify the return choice, avoid conflict upfront, but requiring more initial JSON editing. Hmm. I can implement dynamic to update. Okay, so that here's the thing, right? With that, So that's partly why I am going to do the separate navigation thing. Because with the navigation deal, north, south, east, and west, for instance, it's only north, south, east, and west. It doesn't matter what room you're in. Hmm. That kind of aligns with it being more like a grid. That is not necessarily a bad idea. Um, hmm. That's a It's still an idea though, as far as things go. I could not worry about going back. Because what's going to happen is you have a linear narrative or story, and you don't go back in those, do you? In which case, I don't necessarily need to even think about it. However, when I interesting, let me think. Also, the other thing I didn't think about is I guess I have to look at my phases. Probably doing the overthinking. Huh. Might be overthinking this again. Uh, I don't strictly need to be able to go back to a room, at least in this initial CYOA phase. Correct? Because a choose your own adventure book is linear. I mean, you might be able to go to different pages to get to your desired ending or to get to an ending, but right to step back and reassess. Let's think this through together. Initial choose your own adventure. You don't strictly need players to go back to previous room, at least not as a core mechanic. Here's why, based on the nature of the phase. Traditional choose your own adventure game, the narrative often progresses mostly linear. Hmm. And actually, when I do the thing where you're able to revisit a room again, albeit later, is what it is I'll have a single. It'll be a single file JSON file. So technically it'll be a single room, but it will have the data for each of the choice sets. So it'll be like multiple pages, but it won't be set up like multiple pages. In other words, it'll be like a single JSON file, but maybe three different things take place, right? So I have a description text, and then of the actual room, and then I might have a uh, I guess context specific or a story beat specific description. You know, like something changed, right? Say that say that there was a painting, or say that there was let's let's go with the idea of Clue, and I'm not really explaining a Clue game, a Clue like a game like Clue, but let's say the murder weapon is the candlestick, and the candlestick is in the room with the fireplace, right? We'll say there's a study with a fireplace, and there's a couple of silver candlesticks on the top, and uh, let's say you're a thief and you want to pick up those candlesticks, you want to steal them, and so you take them, put them in your bag, and then you leave, and then you go over to other places of the house, but you want to go back into the study, and now the candlesticks are not supposed to be there. Why are they not supposed to be there? Because as a thief, you took them, but I don't have inventory or anything like that running. But what I do have is I have a thing that says, you know, first it'd be like, you see a cozy study with some books lining the walls, a comfy chair, a table with several decanters of liquor and spirits, whatever, and a roaring fireplace. Two candlesticks are perched atop the mantle of the fireplace. Okay, and then you grab them, and the next time you come in, it says kind of the same thing. You know, a cozy study with books lining the walls, a comfy chair, a table with various kinds of spirits on it, and a a fireplace now uh, no longer roaring, but with a few coals, but the room is still warm, and the there's evidence that there were some candlesticks that were removed at some point. And so even though that's still you, and I'm just saying, you know, whatever this thing basically, um, so it's a different state. So I don't have state changes right yet. It'll be a state change will be in another phase, right? That'll actually literally be able to uh save states. And so anyways, so I have the general description of the room, but the thing that's different is that the candlesticks are gone, and maybe the fireplace is out, maybe the fire's out, and that's in a different phase. And what it'll be doing is, because of where you're at in the story, um, that will be triggered, and essentially be going to that page. So you when you have a change room, you have a change room, and then you have the room destination, but you also have the choice set that you want to use, or the extra description, or whatever I decide to do. So yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. Very based on narrative. Traditional choose your own adventure game. The narrative often progresses in a mostly linear or branching fashion, where each choice moves the player forward to a new scenario or room without necessarily providing a way to backtrack. Your game, as you've described, uh, in past conversations, starts as a text-based adventure before evolving into a point-and-click with more interactive elements. In this initial phase, that focuses on presenting players with choices that lead to new rooms or outcomes, not in navigating a fully interconnected world where the backtracking is expected. For example, in Hero Home, player might choose to go to Cerulean, choice 1. In a pure choose your own adventure structure, the story progresses to Cerulean, and the player's next choices are based on what's available there. Cave Dragon Mount or end the game. There's no inherent need for a door back to Hero Home unless the narrative explicitly calls for it. Like if the story requires the player to return to a previous location to retrieve an item or revisit a scene. Since you've been manually defining doors in each room's JSON, you can control whether backtracking is an option by simply not including a return door unless the story demands it. This approach aligns with the choose your own adventure phase's simplicity. Each room represents a set of choices, and the player moves forward through the narrative. And I can still have loops if I want to have a loop. In other words, there's two choices, and you pick one choice, and it goes, and then it loops back to the same room again. There's no state changes here, but it does the same thing where you decide to go ahead and do the other, or you can keep going in a loop if you want to. This approach aligns with the choose your own adventure phase's simplicity. Each room represents a set of choices. The player moves around forward through the narrative, forcing two-way doors. For every door, automatic features might overcomplicate the navigation to directed storytelling you're aiming for in this phase. It also leads to narrative inconsistencies. Each Cerulean represents point of no return, like a trap or one-way journey. A door back to Hero Home might break the story's flow. That said, your game will eventually evolve into a point-and-click where players can interact with doors visually, as you mentioned earlier today. In that phase, two-way doors and backtracking will likely become more important, as players might expect to move freely between rooms, especially if they need to explore, collect items, or solve puzzles. But for now, the choose your own adventure phase, you can keep navigation one way unless this story specifically requires a return back. Does this match your vision? In this initial choose your own, you can stick with the one-way doors, manually defining each. Yeah. Specific points in the story where backtracking is needed to make manually add a door. You're keeping doors as nodes for future activity. You're retaining their parent field for future use. While two-way doors aren't strictly needed now, implementing them later will be easier if you decide they enhance the gameplay in the next phase. For now, you can avoid the complexity. Man, this thing just kind of like goes on and on, doesn't it? This means your current workflow manually creating JSON files. Yes, this does on um um let me bring up the phases that did it paste, not pasteboard, pastebin. I could use pasteboard for images. Why didn't I think about that? I even have a bookmark to it. This is actually not too bad. Webcam. Okay. It's able to access your webcam and should be able to have a built-in screen capture, selection window capture or something. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I need to go to Pastebin because I need to pull up uh, oh, Okay. So I didn't think about that. Okay, so my navigation will actually have separate controls for the navigation, but since their choices, since they go to rooms, it's still only going to go to max of 9 rooms, so that I can kind of balance. So if I need to go in one direction or a couple directions or just the 4 basic ones, then I've got 5 remaining choices that I can actually use in the game, right? If I'm using all 6, I still have 3 on that page. The phase 3 is room independence. Multiple player characters. Okay. See, even room independence isn't necessarily going to need a back button. Multiple player characters is going to be a little bit of a different kettle of fish, so to speak, because they're each going to have their own like navigation stuff. You should be able to switch in between characters or groups of characters, right? And it'll automatically switch to their wherever they're at, whatever location they're at. Um, phase 2 separates the directional component. However, I'm only going to allow a max of 9 choices. Direct, directional. Third is usable rooms. Even that will still be linear. Wow. I fell asleep for a second. I dozed. I should say I dozed. I didn't really fall asleep exactly, but I did kind of doze off. So all I did this first half before the break is just figure out what I'm not going to do. That's funny. Um, yep. See the exiting the game thing? I didn't say that in here. I don't think I said that in here, but okay. Um, yes. Okay, yep. Even in phase 3, your navigation remains linear. Okay. Yes. Yes, this feels fine. I'm restricting max choices this phase to 7, and I will be doing 9 starting phase 2. So you can have up to 6 directions: north, south, east, west, up, down, which leaves 3 choices in game, which should be fine for a total of 9. 7 is more or less arbitrary. Oh, arb, arbitrary. More or less arbitrary. But I'm just limiting while still giving enough choices to cover all the directionals and in-room choices. I will go on my break and we'll discuss what to do next then. Okay, so it's break time. Break time. So I will see you guys on the other side of the break. Anybody is watching or listening. So, and if you have already, thanks for watching or listening, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. Hey everybody, I'm back. As if it matters that much, but I am back. Okay, let me go check something here in this. Okay, destination, choice, ID. So the question is, how do I add a door? I can modify the door directly, but how do I actually add a new door? Okay, so have any suggestions on how to add a door? I mean, other than modifying the JSON and doing it manually. I can go in and I can write create a door. I guess it matters about adding a new room, right? See what it says. I might have to work on the part about adding the door first because um, adding the room first. So like when I add a new room, all right, let's see what it says. See what it's comes up with. And saying you're looking for a suggestion to add a door to your room. Without manual modifying the JSON files can be pretty tedious. Right now, to add a door to a room, you mainly edit the room's JSON file to include a new door entry in the doors array, for example. Right. See, I might should have went on adding a door first. Saving them will be easy. In fact, it'll save it based on the name. So I'll put the links in doors, as you know. Add doors via the editor UI inspector. Um, Editable in the inspector, you can allow this to. I actually have arrays. I have the array the choices array um, in an earlier version of my program. Hmm. Actually, I can export an array though, and it could be an array of strings of just destinations. Mm. Add doors via the editor UI. You already used in the class uses export properties editable. You can set to allow doors, adding doors directly in the editor. Um, I have it create doors after. Let me think. And it actually saves, so I could actually manually change it. Hmm. Right now, since it saves the whole room, I can actually edit existing doors in the inspector and use the save button. Would save all the properties. Um, so the question is, hmm, what's this doing? Acting weird? No, it's not acting weird. Uh, I wouldn't create new doors. Hmm. Okay, so how do I add new doors? What do you think? Suppose could add a door string array be exposed to the inspector. The default in fact, I can do the thing where it updates the tool script. It can update. Well, the room is a tool script, anyways. Manually I can manually modify the string. So when loading, load the room, I could add the fields um, as a string. Let's see somewhere. let me think for a second. Okay, so let's just say it's a string. It has to have a specific format. Um, let's see. When loading, it reads doors, populates this array with the fields as a string. I could modify them. When saving, it could read this array and create new doors. It can read this array and create new doors. I think that's how I could do it, and that way I would edit instead of editing. So this way, instead of editing the door specifically, I edit this array, which will save the doors out properly. It would still have to create the door and add it to the scene tree so that so I have to create the door and add it to the scene tree. I think that would work. Gonna want to try to code it out for me, but we'll see, right? That is if it's working. I say it's a great approach to streamline adding doors in your. Let's break down your suggestions for map outfits. The one thing I dislike about these AIs is the redundancy. And honestly, if I did it right, the door string doesn't have to be in a specific order. It just has to have the three things. For instance, choice has to have the characters for choice and a colon, and then the characters for destination and choice dest and what was the other one? Oh, the actual name, the ID, essentially. In fact, choice and destination, I could manually fill in the. I could manually fill in the. What is that? Let me look at that again. That I could manually fill in the door. It wouldn't be manually filling in. I'd have the source code would read the ID and then it would generate door to whatever as the ID. Doesn't sound like half a bad idea. I only have about an hour now, but see how far we can get. you're already editing room properties like in the inspector thinks to export properties when you press save room. Save entire room JSON, including the doors array, populated. Edit existing doors in the inspector, and saving will update the JSON with modified doors. Well, you can edit existing doors in the inspector and store as export properties like choice and destination. There's no built-in way to add a new door directly in the inspector. You still need to manually edit the JSON to add a new door. And this is what you're trying to avoid. You're suggesting add an exported string array property to the room class, which will be exposed in the inspector. Each string is an array, and the array represents a door in a specific format, e.g., ID choice destination, like door to Cerulean 1003 Cerulean. On loading, populate this array by converting the existing doors array of the door nodes into strings. In the inspector, you can add, edit, or remove strings in the door strings to modify doors. Append a new string to add a door. And this is the thing here. I don't need to do the appending thing. What I do is I make sure that they're up to 9 different, pardon me, 9 different up to 9 different doors. And if it doesn't have the if it doesn't have the format, if it doesn't have the things in there, then it won't do it. This array. Saving the entire room will act as an intermediary for editing the doors of the inspector. Simplifies editing the doors instead of adding a new door by appending a string. Maintain stored nodes. On save, you'll parse the strings back into door objects. Update the scene tree. What do I have? Stupid bug on my monitor. What's the bug doing on my monitor? Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, maintain store nodes. Force constraints. You can validate the door strings. And challenges, no manual JSON editing. The inspector fits existing workflow, scalable, maintain store nodes. String format. You'll need to manually ensure the door strings format is correct. A typo could break parsing. Validation. You need to validate the door strings array during saving to enforce the max 7 choices. Scene tree sync. Clearing and rebuilding the doors nodes on save might cause issues in the editor if not handled correctly. To reduce errors, you could use stricter format. JSON strings. Might be harder to edit manually in the inspector. Alternatively, validate the string format during saving, providing feedback in the output panel if the string is malformed. Choice conflicts and limits. Saving, check the door strings array to ensure no more than 7 doors. All choices are unique. Choices are numeric. If there is a conflict or violation, a log, a warning, and skip saving the door. Automatically adjust the choice. Okay, some extra things of note. You don't need to analyze it too hard. Just short, succinct responses. Should do. I don't need to make the ID edit. It will be based on destination, the door to Cerulean. I can add a couple of descriptor characters. For instance, C H for choice or just for destination. I can make sure that all the door array, the actual inspector editable door array, not the actual door nodes, is completed, is complete, is created and complete with for empty strings. Make sure the door array, the inspector editable door array, not the actual door nodes, not the actual noses, not the actual door nodes, is created and complete with for empty strings. So a hard-coded number. I can limit this to 9 elements because a max of 9 in the new feature. 7 is more conceptual. It's just a number I need to keep in mind. I'll sit here and wait and see if it'll do it. If it doesn't do it in a couple minutes, I'm gonna have to. Okay. ID not editable based on destination. Got it. Descriptor characters. You can add descriptors of CH for choices in the string format. This helps us clarity when editing. If I'm not here, always complete and ready to edit. And honestly, if I wanted to, I could actually make it create 9 doors. Well, yeah, maybe I wouldn't. Okay. Does it sound like a B approach? Again, short-ish responses. doesn't have to be super short, like one sentence or something. It just means I don't want it to go on and on and on. Okay. And okay. Yeah, I see my desktop going audio going there. It's because I haven't muted it. Format. Um, okay. First up, create the doors array. That's okay, let's go to script. And we're in room. Now, we do have a doors array that's actual doors. Here. Let's... Oh, that's not what I want to do. Where... This. Okay. See, export multi-line. That's... Okay, that's not... Okay. And doors is an array. What do I call this? Descriptor? Door descriptors? Sure. Sure. Answers. Suggestions to name this array as the doors themselves are called doors. Door. Wait. Door descriptors or something. See what it comes up with. I guess door descriptors. Normally I would just have done it even if it wasn't correct, but now I'm just asking Grok for every little stupid thing. I probably shouldn't do that, but that's okay. We'll see what it comes up with if it comes up with anything. While it's doing that, export. Can't do that. Oh, var. Yeah. Let's do this as literal so that yeah, 1, 2. This reminds me of the original way I did choices, because I did this exact same thing. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like so. You get last message. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I put door descriptors, but it could be anything, honestly. Element, door entries, door strings, door configs. That's door specs. Door entries or door specs. Door specs. Door strings for simplicity. I might do something like door specs because it's a specification or entry or door configs, door configurations. Door specs. And the door specs right into the point. Let's call it door specs for specification. And actually, let's just here. Whoop. Okay, that was alright, I guess. Okay, that's good. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I need to go to the loading code. I specifically the door loading code. And let's do this after it's been added. Okay. var I equals, I'm gonna say I equals 1 for door data indoors. Let's put this up here. I equals 0. I equals 0. And so for each door, it's just going to add one. Well, actually, it's not going to add one just yet. It's going to go, okay. Doors dot append new door. Okay. Okay, so we presumably added a good new door and it's working. So we need to say door specs I equals let's see. I guess I need to parse the string first. Okay, so ID choice destination door name door ID and ID. Let's see something here. Let's go to rooms. It's really a door ID. ID it oh. Okay, let's see something here then. Uh oh no, its own ID. Door to destination. Oh, this sets the door. I see. I see. This is actually setting the door name after it's created the door to that. Door 2, where the destination is. It's the door name. Okay, I get it. I do. All right. So right now we're gonna load it in is what we're gonna do, and we exposed it, so I should be able to look at that. So var spec string equals ch colon I guess for readability I'm gonna go ahead and put a space after it plus choice plus comma space dest colon space plus dest. Okay. Door specs I equals spec string. So, okay. We have plus plus. Plus equals 1. Okay. If I is greater than 9, how about, not that way, so how about if I is less than 9? If I is less than 9, yeah, less than 9, then colon Tab that. And we'll see how that works, right? Scene. Reload, save scene. This shouldn't matter much, but we'll door specs, array size 9. Choice 1, destination, that. Awesome. Now I should be able to, okay. Now, okay, so let's do something here real quick. Let's go ahead and hit play, and that's all right. And 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. Now this keeps going. This doesn't quit. This is only we're only showing the first few in the editor. That's all we're doing. Okay, so click on this. Now, on the welcome page, what if I accidentally said, oh, I made a misspelling, right? Okay. Oh, that's right. It doesn't save anything, does it? So this isn't going to matter just yet. Right? So if I reload scene, and it's going to be just like it was. Okay. So now we got to do the save thing, right? Okay. So let's go to the let's go to the save code right now. And that's an editor map. Save. Control find. Okay. Hmm. ID, choice, destination. Door.choice, door.destination. So now instead of saving the okay. We are going to do something in here. Say can I do a var ID equals door.id? Got any like errors? What are the errors? Okay, so all right, let me just do this. Var choice equals Actually, that's not what we want anyways. We want to extract it. Let's do that. Reload save scene. Still got the errors. That means what I need to do is I need to take all these out of here. Okay, delete. Scene. Reload. Save scene. No. I need to... Yeah, reload save scene to redo it. Okay. Wait a second. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay, no errors, right? When I modify the data in there, somehow none of this aligns up, so I have to actually re-delete the rooms in here for to be able to do it. So, and that's kind of okay. I mean, that's the way that goes. Okay, so let's do this again. For any string equals um, oh, yeah, okay. Uh, door strings. All right. Door. Wait a minute. Door strings. Oh, okay. Door strings. Let's do this. Okay. Var I equals 0. I plus the 9 colon um our door string equals no, not door string. ID string equals var voice string equals var dest string equals if I is less than 9, ID string equals or oh, I have to what am I doing? I have to extract. Okay, let me think about this again. Oh. Okay, we'll leave that. Trying to figure out how to do this with my head. Um, for every door, we have to iterate through the spec string. Then we have to extract. Okay. Our door str idx 0. Do that. If door string idx less than 9, then Bar and door. Actually, we're gonna leave that. Data. Hope nobody saw that one. Yeah, there's gonna be one person that spots the bad habit I just exhibited, and they're gonna go, gross. Anyways, okay. I need to learn how to be better on screen, I think. Um, room data, room data, room. Oh, it's passed through there. Okay. Room ID, right? Okay, so, all right. So how do I, all right. Short answers, sure, please. How do I grab substring given specific letters, specific letters, ch colon space, and just colon space. Oh, I know what to do though. I should split it with a comma. So I tokenize it based on the comma. Okay. Var tokens equals room dot or specs split the comma. Um, I guess I could enforce it because I'm just doing it myself. So CH and then destination. It's just got to be in that order or else it won't work, I think. Okay, let's just go through. Or J in tokens. Um, oh, door specs, right? Door string IDX. Okay. Uh, so it's taken from a specific string. It's splitting it at the comma. Then we're looping through each tokens. If uh, tokens, no, if J, let's make that token in tokens. Token, uh, got, contains, I forget. In GD script, how do I, what am I doing? Oh, see if it contains a certain character combination. Actually, I could say starts with. Never mind. I'll do starts with. Starts with. Starts with. Um. CH colon space. Uh. Destination string. I don't need destination string, do I? Ugh. No. Okay, ID string. Okay. Right. I create the ID string based on the destination and the choice. Okay. If it starts with choice, then no, I can't do that. I mean, I can tell it. So it's gonna start with. It should equal those four, doesn't it? If token starts with, then token, then choice string equals uh, uh, wait. Okay, token dot, is it substring? And we're gonna start with 4 to the end. I think that's how that works. Okay, print. Um, Print tokens plus tokens. Choice string plus choice string. Okay, so we're just gonna run this. Scene, reload, save scene. Oh, that's in the save, huh? Okay. Let's go to 2D and let's go to save. That starts with okay, where's string sub symbol? Is it starts with? Obviously it's not the way I showed it. Begins, it's gotta be begins with, huh? Begins. Begins with. Okay, begins with. My bad. Begins. Begins with, ends with. Okay. Oh. What am I thinking? Of course. Okay. What is the deal now? All I'm doing is I haven't even done anything here. Alright, fine. It just oh, it's they're not even there now. Oops. Why? Why aren't the metas by? Oh, okay. That's because these are different types here. Let's delete these and let's go ahead with shoot. Dang it! It's almost time for me to go now. Shift, copy, paste. By all this, replace all. Okay. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay. All right, let's just do this. Delete this. Okay. Scene, reload. Okay, let's clear. Wait, let's clear this. Reload, save scene. Cancel. Control S. Scene, reload, save scene. 0 errors? Okay, 0 errors. Okay. Delete. Control S. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay, no problem. Destination string equals. And we'll do the same thing. I gotta delete all these because it does this weird thing because I messed with something. Reload, save scene. Cancel. Control S. Scene. Reload, save scene. Okay. Clear that out. See, I don't know why it was messing up for the rest of it. Okay. Actually, let's back. In fact, let's take this out. So, let's go ahead and delete. Delete. Okay. Control S. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay. Now, let's go to... See, this is just adding on to the string, see? Okay, so nothing happened here, right? Until... Alright, so when I go to save, save shouldn't have a problem. I didn't change anything down here. All I did is I have these variables, I have this loop, and I have the thing to print the tokens. And it should print nothing for a choice string, but that's okay. So, let's go 2D map, go to save room data. Now, did it delete anything? It totally deleted everything. If I can just paste. Why did it have a problem? Do this. Save scene. Okay. $150. What is $150? Why is that invalid operands? String and pack string array. knew this would happen though. Because tokens is an array from split. You can't concatenate. Oh. Oh, of course. Okay. For token in tokens. Okay. All right, let's do the thing here. Delete. Okay. Control S. Goes out. Everything is back here, right? Oh, I don't care about the meta. Okay. All right. Reload save scene, which is fine. Go to TD. Save room. Clear that out. Save room data. Okay. And that's okay. The everything's here, and then if I go all the way down here, the metas are here, and the metas are okay, so it's not a that's not a big deal. Okay. All right, let's take this. Okay. Of course. Delete. Control S. Reload save scene. Clear that. And these should still be fine, I think. Meta, yeah, everything's fine. Okay. And we save again. Token. Oh, right. All right, let's. Oh, wrong deal. This is the deal. Okay. Uh, token. Okay, so choice string is correct, and if I want to say dest, just so I can test it, s, let's go ahead and delete these again, delete, okay, control S, scene, reload, save scene, okay, and then clear this out, and then check this out, and just go ahead and save room data, which is good. Token. Destination string, or yeah, destination string is still wrong. Script. Dang it, it's already past time. Gosh. Okay. Right, because I didn't do it. I'll wait. Yeah. Token begin. Nope. Token that begins with guest on space. On guest string equals. Oh, that's right. That's 4. This is gonna be 4, 5, 6. Doing that substring 6. All right. I don't know if I need to do this every single time, but we're gonna do it until I'm sure everything's working like it's supposed to. Reload, save scene, clear it out, 2D, save. Script. Token. Just colon space. Why did that not work? Why does that not work? Dest string space. Token. Dest. Why is dest string not the right? What's going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, colon, space. Let's go into, back in the 2D deal, let's go into this one. That's colon 005 sky. Token dest 005 sky. We don't want an LF, right? That's what we want. Let's do this again. Delete. Okay. Control S. Save scene. Get that out. 2D. Save room data. Oh. Okay, I get it. Let's put with comma space. Like so. Let's delete all of these. Whoops. Delete like so. Control S like so. Reload save scene like so. Clear that out. Hit the room data. Destination string. Okay. I am happy that that works now. I have to worry about the printing part of it anyways. Why would I do that? I'm not even using ID string for sure right now. I generate the ID string. Now, let's do something here. Destination string. If we get destination and we get those extracted out, see, ID. It's probably not the best way to do it, but that's okay. ID string equals door 2 plus string that. What do you mean declared but never used in this block? Oh, these are okay. I get it. I get it. Yes. So okay. So this is what I'm going to do here. That is right. For each door, it does this thing here. So actually what I'm going to do here is I am going to go ahead and say door dot choice equals choice string um, door dot destination equals that's string and door dot id equals id string. That. Now, if I'm right in how this works, we're going to do the same thing over again. We're going to go delete. Okay. Gonna save it. Gonna reload, save scene. Like so. Fine. Gonna clear that out. We're gonna go to 2D. And we're gonna save room data. No errors. Okay. And let's go to this first. We'll go to the first one. ID. Oh, there's a difference there. I'll have to change that in just a sec here. Lapswood door. Okay, so the door. Okay, so I can still change this without actually having to like redo anything, but um, let's see, destination string. We're gonna start at. We're gonna say 3, right? 3 characters in. Door destination equals destination string. Dot substring 3. That. Okay. I can should be able to reload save scene without a problem. Nope, not without a problem. Every little stupid change you do has to be like this. Scene, reload save scene. Clear that out. 2D. Save room data. No errors. Okay. Now, Lapswood, like I said, is ID is door to whatever. Channel length. ID. Oh, I made a boo boo. Okay. Okay. Script. Yeah, let's take this off. Delete. Destination string is fine. ID string is not fine. There we go. Control S. I'm gonna delete these again. Control S to save it. Scene, reload, save scene. Clear that out. Go to 2D. Save room data. Let's go here to this again. Door 2. Why is... What is my problem here? Choice string is fine. Destination string is fine. That should be the... Oh, okay. I can't paste that. I have to... Okay, so basically I have to edit this, right? Door to Enchanted Lands 1. Choice 1. Destination is 001. So, save it. Okay, let's go ahead and do the thing again. Delete, enter, Control S. Okay, reload save scene. Okay, click that. Go to 2D, go to save room data. Go in here, open it up, reload. Door to Enchanted Lands 1. Okay, now let's just go ahead and open Tester Cave. Door to Train Cabin, 007 Train Cabin. Right? Door to Enchanted Lands 1. A what? To Enchanted Lands 1. Alright. That's because it's got to be a 4 and not a 3. Have to do the thing again. Delete. Okay. Control S. Okay. Reload save scene. Okay. 2D. Save room data. Got it. Let's go into here. Go ahead and reload. Door to Enchanted Lands 1, 001, Enchanted Lands 1, Choice 1, Tester Cave, Door to Train Cabin, Choice 1, 007, Train Cabin. Okay. Let's go ahead and give it a run. Make sure it's working. 1, 1, 1, twice. Interesting. Very interesting. Hubert Tome does not exist. Okay, let's do the one thing here. Let's go to here. Let's go to rooms backup. Select. Okay, select all. Copy. Paste. Replace. Okay. Now let's go back in here. Let's go ahead and chunk these out like normal. Delete. Okay. Save it like normal. Reload. Save scene. Close that out. Go to 2D. we're in there, I guess. Save room. Okay. And let's check each of these. Okay, let's try. Okay. Let's go ahead and run it and see if it'll run. Okay, it should run now, I think. Because I'd fixed it, but I had to replace the things, the original rooms here. So 1. Okay. 1. Great. Finally works. Everything works. Great, 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 great. Good, great, great, great. Now, let's do one more thing. That is, and let's just change that like this. Now, let's save scene. Why does it have to do that every single freaking time? Yes. Reload save scene. It works fine now. What I wanted to do is I want to change the array. Let's change this first one to choice of 2. Okay. Save room data. Okay. 1 doesn't work, but 2 does work. So, and now I can change it back, and then if I do this, and I go ahead and save it, and I go ahead and that. Now it should should error out on me. When to start, that's fine. Doesn't exist, right? So, the thing I need to do here is I need to go in and fix it. Enter, save room data, and then I should be able to have no problem. Right. Okay. So that means if I want to add a new door, I'll create a new door. Doesn't mean it'll go anywhere. It just means that I can have a new door. But I will be doing that tomorrow because I'm way over time now. But I did get some stuff done, so there's that. It's going so slow. I'm gonna do my really brief recording here before shutting down, before stopping the stream, so bear with me. Or you can just go, whatever. Start recording. Okay. So today is Thursday, April 17th, 2025, and most of what I did today was discuss with Grok how I can modify, or how I can add rooms or modify rooms in the inspector without actually first directly messing with the door itself. But second, what was I doing? Yeah, accessing it from the room, editing from the room, and adding new rooms or new doors. I mean, I don't have a ability to add doors. I can modify the current doors by messing with the thing in there, but instead I do it through this. So this is an array of what I call door specs, and it just has two things in here right now. DH is for choice, and DST colon is for destination. And then you put both of those in, and you change them, and then it creates the ID for the door, which is door 2. Like this one's door 2 in Chamberlain's 1, and then here is the script to save it. So basically, it actually sets based on the door specs string, particular string. It sets these things in here, right? And so I still haven't gotten it to actually create new doors and then put them into the editor map just yet. I'll probably do that tomorrow. So that's what I did for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, that'll about do it for today, guys. Thanks for watching and or listening, and let's hope I can make some more progress here in the future. Thank you for watching.